This will hurt.
There we go. Still trying to find the best way to do Red Mage's melee combo.
There! My turn!
There we go.
Prepare yourself! There!
I can't pull off. That was it.
You're mine!
There we go. Boop. There we go. Whoop.
You You cannot stop us! This will hurt.
I don't think modification does that one thing anymore, which sucks.
My turn!
Nope, it doesn't automatically.
You cannot stop us!
Core timer, which sucks. I like that about it. There we go. I thought I played Final Fantasy IV before I played this, and I recognize the music and stuff. I haven't beaten it yet, but I did. I'm on the final battle though, so. I'm pretty sure anything that would be referenced in Endwalker would have been True Point Final Battle. Oh, I still get that. Sweet. There we go.
You're mine!
You tell him, Thancred.
You underestimate me!
Oops. Oops, didn't enough. Oh well.
You cannot stop us!
There we go.
There!
A little higher. Let me get to 16, see if that's what I needed to pop that. Yep. It is 60. There we go. Go, Thanker, go.
You cannot stop us!
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. There she is. Alright, now sister.
There! My turn! You're mine!
No!
There!
Bitch.
My turn!
I don't understand her in the first boss now. Yesterday. Didn't get to the final boss though. She's still gonna be new. she got? Oh, no, that 10. Bitch.
You underestimate me!
There we go. Getting there.
My turn!
Oop, someone grabbed the rider. I thought about it. It wasn't me. Oops, I used purple twice, my bad.
There!
So I thought there was another copper here. There is. Hey. There you go. getting there. There we go. Alright, Thanker, you first. I think I get an armored weapon in here, is what I don't know.
My turn! There! There! You're mine! This will hurt!
You tell him, Simeon. There we go. Finally getting somewhere. Harbinger's Alex, the Magus sisters. Well, the other two didn't actually die, which means they're going to show up during this. Kind of bums me out that we don't get an actual trial for the Magus sisters. I think an actual trial of them would have been fun. Alright, Thancred. There they are. Matters which one to take out first.
You're mine! Stop me!
And 3 bosses. This is more like it.
This will hurt.
Ooh.
All or nothing!
almost got one down.
I have you!
Looks like the one sister doesn't move. I imagine people will group them together. It's like the best course of action. It's one down. Ooh, crap, 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 crap.
Time to end this!
My turn!
Alright, that's one. That's two. The last one.
You're mine!
Phew. There we go. Well, that's all three down. Okay. And a chess piece. Nice. Alright.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Stola?
A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Well, that's one way to destroy it, I guess.
And that should be the end of it.
Kryal fell over.
What now?
Is the tower collapsing?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
What'd you do? Did you do it, Graha? I don't know what you did, but did you do it? Oh, he got all the prisoners too. Oh.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Is Graha okay? That was a pretty powerful spell.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Is Graha okay? As long as he lives.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Ah, good. Don't do that, Raha. Bad. Bad self-sacrifice.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
It's okay, Ignis, we saved her. And we can cure tempering now, so it's okay. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radat's Han for treatment. Lilze and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the... Nice. Alright, Thancred. Where are we going now? Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varsha and Beta's come to Miqo'te at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they finish tending to their prisoners. Oh wait, on second thought, you and Nusnia should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. Let Grahan the Alchemist carry you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into his specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Oh look, another A rank. I gave you a wide berth, my dude. Look, people. There we go. I hate that bird. It's so slow when it can't fly. Thanks, dude. Though I had been read them before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk any loss, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Oh, a Sinian, you're gonna travel with me? Okay. Well, I'm gonna grab the Ethernet shard before I do anything else. Mistress Ignis, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to miqo'te, I should be glad to provide them. Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radat's-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend you a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you'll emerge on Paxos path. Proceeding with the large door on the right, you will arrive at Ruveda Pipers, but then you should find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Yeah, pretty much. Heading to miqo'te, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing where another sentry should be here and on to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers, though you're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. I'll lose my way, don't worry. Ah, Thavnairian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread, and the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. You're a simple man, Asinian. That's what I like about you. Is there a talking spot in here? No, there's a vista. Not that way. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid the flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business with the miqo'te. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend the steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Yeah, but I want to grab this Ethernet shard first. I know the Aetheryte's disabled, but this one less Ethernet shard to grab later. I remember passing by here with Barshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you have to pay another visit. The city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Oh, Estinian. Greetings and welcome to miqo'te. May I acquire you after your business? He remembers the sun's step at dawn, come with the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you would please follow me. Okay. Estinian, you don't have to stand so far away. There's Graha.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Don't make a habit of that, Raha.
Valiant sons, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralyn hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which miqo'te did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsonger's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
You would show worship on.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Of course, Vircha. I'll apologize again. I hope I didn't force you to include your conversation prematurely. So what were you and Vircha talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Can I use that without the etherite? Oh, I can. Oh, no, I can't. Okay. Okay, I guess we're walking. From here, we're supposed to follow the path to the left and past the mulberries. Or maybe I just didn't have the Ethernet and that's why it didn't work. That's probably what it was. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Gustarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rats at Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. And so here's Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let's join them. Oh, okay. I still can't use that. What are you doing over here? Though this land has been afforded a respite, and turmoil to many others languish still, our work is far from finished. You took your time. Got turned around, I take it. No, I was talking to Vircha. But yeah, I guess I could kind of get turned around too. It's quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think assembling local delicacies is in order. Homso cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps? For last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Thalopharoi's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana.
Nidana? You're awake?
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh, the flower.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed.
Oops.
Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlyan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Akasha. Back to Sharlyan. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings to the Alliance leaders. As Thinker suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Ignis. Kryl has surprised me with your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumbed up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like a collapsing on a nice clean bed before completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So would you like to look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yeah, sure. It's always gray around you, Ignis. Are you not happy?
Take heart and protect them well.
Oh god.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Alize. Grah. God damn it, Graha. Alize doesn't like pickles, that's hilarious.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlyan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlyan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Scary.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
You enjoying yourself over there, Graha? Your stuff in your face?
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Hydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radsat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Poor girl, huh?
Why else did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
The flower change? Oh yeah, it changed. Still, it's so pretty. What a pretty green. Assuming green's a good color, of course. Ah, Xenos. Wonder when I was gonna see you. How come you get a full moon?
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal.
Equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
So much for sleep. Oh, there you are, feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the scholar multi-chained and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rastra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud of his former students. Since we're still waiting for your Stola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alfnil can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face from the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll. The scholar himself is here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Elfnip, I'll feel worried about over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Well, wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Here it is. Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. At the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, since the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete when the studium officially opened as a place of learning. The long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astronomy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Sharlyan's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech, such as his underlying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and theology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium same age, yes, and from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing, all in all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration of the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for the scholar Montuchain. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. That was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur? And he's with his sister and Master Valdesian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic shattered proportions and fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for that scholar? Yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Poor Alphino. I assure you I'll tell you all about it after my visit with the Scholar has concluded. The Scholar? Tell me, my fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Leveilleur's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old coot codgers. Poor Alphino. Things have been bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should it be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon him like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Are you lost? Wander off in the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is order. Allow me to bid you warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question, what is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at the Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If you don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of giant Gigantoad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for the scholar. I'm afraid we don't have any... Oh, but I can't... Oh, you mean him. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts. Come to have home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. And the time's sake may tell you all this, Scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. The Scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though he spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps one of the auditoriums.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking for. That would be corporeal ether. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlyan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlyan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Nice. And actually my tea is ready, so I'm gonna go grab that real quick. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understand the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be of a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the scholars suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Sure, why not? Sidney returned not long after we departed from the studium. A shame that he missed a chance to attend our lecture with the scholar, or perhaps not. Having spent most of the time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Sharlyan, even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. You better not let your guard down around Ki. One small favor becomes another and another, and before you know it, you'll be running the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as Scholar said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. Back when I hear the church soon prove most educational. I received word from our silence. It's expected news of the warding skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Yours and the Israelites together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked to rebring the scales out of possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but there does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. Let's see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Virtue and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of those scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were bound to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. Limsa Lominsa. Yeah, but which way is the tide turning, Alpina? That is the question. I was told to expect you, as you may or not be with the Admiral at present and to entertain the oldest Soothsayer and the Sultana. You're the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Oh no, I'm good. Was by the towers, and it was only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time at Sharlyan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have risen to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph at Han has given us a chance of hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telefroy at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. Those brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. Do you think such progress has been made in so short a span? Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and billions have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telefroy's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask that only that in the choosing to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, and on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Rianje observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we had failed to make any headway, though the same choice could be said of Telefroy. There's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be sustained by Ystol's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what do you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory. Couldn't put it better myself. Your Stola, Think, and Oriange have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet with the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the Warden's gifts to all the Mhigo, the contingent will embark on a journey to Ilsebard. Rabbi and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without, the cold will do you in before the Telfer weighs so much as raw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Wow, they even tell you to dress warmly. Alright, time for an outfit change. There we go. Alright, I'm ready. Regrettably, no. Our most organized various delegations into cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defense efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid to the Garleans was made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly, no, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, the battles of my own fight, where words may serve me better than my blade. I hate to say Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Ah, damn it. Much has occurred since we parted ways when war lit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained from me led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution to this occasion is but a minor one, but that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telfer had laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every motive of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel to the Ilsebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver people from harm in your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. A fair point, but as long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person would have no inkling to use your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day you will learn that they will learn that the Lord of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. In the light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. The other members of the Ilsebard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Whee! Let me in! Let me in!
By the 12.
Oh, it's the Bard boys!
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
It's the job quest people!
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Yay!
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Mhigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limsa Lominsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain?
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of bull...
Dare I say, your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
Oh, he's not with you? Lame.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Yes! It's Sadu and Night! They sent the Zayla.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
Sadu!
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Limhigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Limhigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
I'm so happy Sadu's coming. Santa! Our powers have finally been recognized by the Order of Twin Adder. Naturally, Gilead is here to help us. While his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. I cannot lie to you, Ignis. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Santa spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time to return the favor and give them a little something back. Kutubuki! We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate Telefor with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers. For your brothers, Boosie, we will return soon enough. I'm so glad I found you. I've for you a letter from Master Helmond. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. I have every confidence that your fish will bring Telefor to their knees, and should you espy any— oh my god. Charming, Master. Well, more fool for me thinking the letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. Well, if I'd known what a special gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this would seem the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Cyrna and Sadi of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. If it is Ignis, this thanks to no small part to you that the manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere their expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist praises. Once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. I trust Ascending is proving himself a useful addition to your band. Though I am here today in my capacity as Temple Knight, I look forward to seeing other from Rodozu Dragoon in action once more. Alkazilka. Greetings, Ignis. This time has come for us from means to show us our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. In case you were wondering, Estiva will be staying behind to defend the Fellswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent and was eager to make good of her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Sadu! I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteer to join this band at Cyrna's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company than on a hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men would dream to be. I'm glad to see you well, Ignis. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red and the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos she spied blackness silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that greater danger awaits, but whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. With the Mole, camp champions of the Nodam, and the Dothal having sent them so many here, I had thoughts to defend the Steppe in their absence, and I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dothali dog, the first among my brothers, I would do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Oh, I can't talk to them? Oh, I can talk to you. Okay. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Baja. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized, Bajocelyn has seen fit to send a few of us to join the expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. It's nice seeing all the old people. Alright. Now, as I imagine we're probably going to enter a long series of cutscenes here soon. I'll be right back once more. Let's go, Y'shtola. Besides the Delg assembled here, the Amalj and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Teleforoi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding skills for our comrades. Care to do the honors? Cyrna? Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and their aid and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Arun? Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the steps of Master Atoya and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is my primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. The journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is rare privilege afforded a Padra. No, not that I am tagging along to see the sights. The Garlands will benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should... Oh, hello! Comrades should... Okay, okay. Sigurd, I got stuff for you. Yes, I have this for you. Oh, them scales. How are you today? Little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be like a wheel or two and this is all over, but we'll hold on to it. You can't sell it, Sigurd! Thuggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say I haven't. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's just sail. To set sail, or however their saying goes on the airships. I'm doing good. Here you go, these. And Lucia? And you, Maxima. Well, I don't think I have any other preparations to make. I already changed my outfit to, you know, go into Garlemald. I already changed my outfit, so I'm ready for Garlemald. Let's go, Alfino. And our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about our MJ. Now we still have what we've worn in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since we spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put a fine point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to come with something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of the Scion's native tailor I hear? Tataru! She even got herself a new outfit. That's adorable. You made me garments? Oh, I like my rebel coat. I guess I'll wait and see what she made me. So then what are you giving me? I like that ghost emote. I can't believe Tataru went and made me something. I mean, I do like my rebel coat, but since Tataru made it, Oh, okay, diet. That's important. I have to be able to diet. Oh, Tataru. Okay, because you made me a coat. I was gonna wear the rebel coat, but since Tataru made me one, I will wear it. A frosty reception. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. It's probably Sid. Oh, nope, just a regular pilot. Okay. I was hoping it'd be Sid, but it's fine too. Well, yep, I knew it was going to be a bunch of cutscenes. I'm glad I refilled my tea.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Okay, I've hydrated. Ooh.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
And which one am I?
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
That's fair. At the Imperial Supply Depot? Oh, Thancred is sporting the bowshot gear.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Thancred. Yay! Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence with the mission as soon as you're ready. I think so.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Ah, I'm providing distraction. I see.
7 hells.
Oh. Did they just say woof? To manage to avoid detection by the enemy forces at large for now.
Seven hells.
One got me. Damn. Make sure that one doesn't see me. Shit, 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 shit. Damn, it doesn't last very long, does it? So how do I deactivate that? Ah. There. I think I can get it as long as the one doesn't turn around. There we go. Ta-da! Sorry, doggy. Come on. Phew, that's close. Good thing I figured out what I needed to do, or that would have been really bad.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
I wonder, does this work on... Oh, they turn around. Okay. How often do they turn around? You see nothing? They got two dogs over there. Let's see. Oh, I can... Okay, hold on a second. If I can do assassinations, this might be a little easier. Let me see. I don't want to get any more awareness. Wait for this guy to come up here. That slasher turn around. Shit. Okay, it's one.
Must be losing my touch.
Slasher got me that time. Slashers are quick. Okay. a little more. Just a little more. Come on, come on. Don't notice me, Imperial. Shit. Don't come this way, Slasher. Don't come this way, Slasher. Shit! Shit, 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 shit! No, don't come this way! Okay. Alright. Where's the control panel? Over there? Nobody see me. Nobody see me. Withdraw. There we go. Phew! That was a little too close for comfort.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Alright, Thancred. Alright, what happened next?
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Dogs.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Yay! In the coming battle, you will fight as your own character.
Protect the others!
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Don't worry, Arvin, I got this.
Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing!
Oh, hello, Madeleine. How are you?
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Yep, Savior of Ishgard is here. To save you once again. Text?
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
There we go.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Have you? Where are you? There you are. Yep, got it.
You lot all right back there?
Everyone good? Everybody in one piece?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Everybody in one piece? Yes? Yes? Good.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line. Oh, you can see the other tower. Or the palace. Or what's left of the palace. Ah, Lys. And Sadu, my favorite. So who am I playing as this time?
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
Too late.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Solo.
That I did.
Ah, Magni and...
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
What's up, Lys?
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Oh good, I get to play myself again. Okay.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Don't worry. I'll get to the Zayla. What's up?
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Good job, Pippin. Oops. Oh, I helped by, you know, do red mage right. Hard to believe this is a level 82 quest.
That's her! Virgilia!
Gilia's mine.
Do not fall behind!
Right over there, Serena. Just me.
Is everyone all right?
Where'd she go? God damn it.
Kneel or die!
There she is. Damn. Oh, they're moving faster this time. Sorry, Serena. Right, she didn't die. That's all that matters. Time for you. Give me your commander. Damn it. Protect Sadu.
Tremble before the sun!
Don't worry, Sadu. I got you. Gotcha. And you could do it, Sadu. Phew, that was fun.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
Magni. He has eyes for Cyrena, Magni.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Now, considering Garleans don't have ether, I'm surprised they have an aetherite.
The chosen, forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Fun. Phew. Well, that was exciting. I'll wander around a little bit. Ah, there's Graha. Our karma certainly haven't wasted any time establishing a base of operations. I don't necessarily need a mender, but I may as well. Alright. The gemstone trader. Alright, I can't unlock you yet. Alright, Alfino, what's next? Where's Stella? Oh. Okay, Stella, you know, take it easy. Yeah.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxia of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Regarding survivors, you'll surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's something else that needs doing. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tawtra's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I might remember to thank her when we next meet her. It makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something useful to do, have you? As I too have been ordered to make myself useful. It sounds like a rather tall order. Since you asked, we're to scour the Eblan brine for survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically my telescope. Come, Frez, I know just the spot to begin our search. Well, okay. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. You know, no, I'll do side quests later. Save those for a job that actually needs the experience. We'll go wander around though. Now that I'm finally in Garlemald, I can probably find my hunt marks. I think I had at least one hunt mark in Garlemald. Is that an ether current? Madeline, you are definitely reliable when it's a girl involved. Trail of fresh footprints in the east. That's creepy. Are you a rank? I bet you're a rank. Oh, no, you're not. That's surprising. The way it looks, I would have considered it an A rank or something. Let's see. Where are these footprints? Ah, down there. A ceruleum sprite. Well, now. Proofs appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Elise? We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Sure, why not? There. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out for her from distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will inability if you are noticed. Make sure to make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end up failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to meet the objective, then try again. Okay. Come on. Nope, just monsters. Oh, she's running now. She keeps stopping. We're still running? Okay. Yay! Success! My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosive, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever sense we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others, though. Wait here. How is she not cold in that dress? This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means to heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe build it under the gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes, do as you will. Why are you staring at me like that? I don't trust you. No, I don't trust her, but not because she's Garlian. I trust her because she's acting kind of suspicious. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmeline's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with the vengeance. Warming tincture. I've never heard such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. A few buildings will still standing and offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food produced and water purification, the magitech that sustained us, has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulia ignis ingens is full of this stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? It was a joke, a joke. If I laughed, is that I may not weep, so said the poet, but alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps the architect of our destruction. The hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I know better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for final judgment. What do you want? A tincture. I may as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you're from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Ammonius it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcast station must have either fled or ended up like the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It's a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. You all put a lot of faith in your emperor. It's akin to praising a god, almost. Bithynia? What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Go ahead. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilius' troops heading towards the Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Verlugia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Bithynia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside you say, you must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found a way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, all the animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I have just an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tapers living there, people whose job was to extract the ceruleum. They will do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach our den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be so willing to go on our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the other offer still stands, that is. Oh, I don't expect you to give up on your own supplies, but there might be another way to play the tapers. Oh yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Taper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. I knew she was hiding something. I think that was, yeah, that was my hunt mark I needed. Alright, go ahead and take care of you. There we go. Nice. Oh, that's it, okay. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd have never found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Huh, looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So we're sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If you think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Okay. Consider me intimidated. There you are. Just after you left, Lysini asked me to go and catch up with you in case you need a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Taper's den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? They attacked me, so I attacked them. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hell would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Garabanya, Yangsha, Boja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed Baldlucks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed in Cerulean engines, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, if it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, but with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps save off the coal, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent that we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald is as we knew it is even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. At the end of the trail. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's spoil sent you. To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lysinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed the treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we deliver the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I knew there was something there. Okay. It's gonna heal that person, but they're good. It is right, it's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. I knew it was too good to be true. There's Alphino. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, we know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help, what rot, all a ploy, to make us lower our guard. Let you win, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That is not what any of us want. Save the arrangements later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in the bed that was still warm. It's true. Lucinia is hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you you're a fool, I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out where she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Our Garleans should sooner die than suffer the insult. But for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. That makes sense. The Garleans have been, told propaganda about Eorzea and the other places. I'm not shocked that they don't appreciate us coming to help. Still, to not even attempt to help her sister. 2 sets of fresh footprints, young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. The trail stopped at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. And I can only imagine how hard it must be for our alien sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Oh, well, let's look behind here. Since the circle stretches this far. May as well look. Nope. Okay. I doubt she would head back that way. Ah, an empty bottle. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it was here for some time, and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. Cerulean Zoblin. I imagine they've been feasting a good feast. The Garlians out of the picture. Let's see. Suppose they could be on the tower. There's an ether current up there. I'll have to go up there later and get it. They don't kite as badly here. Fresh blood. Aha. The blood is fainting, the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southwards. They got attacked by a monster. Or the sister is in worse condition. It's more likely they got attacked. Let us help you. It's what we're here to do. There's Licinia. And her sister. And Licinia's the one that's injured. The two bodies are already cold. They were both attacked. They took the radio with them? You alright, Alize?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Why wouldn't they just let us help? Even we can heal them without magic. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make a report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. So they should have just let us help. Lucia, my dear. Alex and I have been tell me they have finished a preliminary search of survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they were led to provide details. May I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
I knew it would be that.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause. But you will proceed with the utmost care.
Yes, yes.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You'll be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred in particular would be worried sick if you were gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to make appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. 4? No. Yes. Children and Lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize and he's Elfino, and last but not least, there's Ignis. Ignis, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alfino and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Alright. He really is just gonna watch me the whole time, isn't he? They don't kite as long here. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good, looks like your friends know better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Reggio d'Amorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chance of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody, and we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and Legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. That bird is great when I can fly. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire for me undiscovered, but that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. There's an ether right there, but it doesn't look like it's going to be easy to get to, so I'll worry about it later. We're almost there. We've kept our side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. This is Terradon, one of the Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Theodora. She clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Alright, that's fair. I wouldn't speak with me either. Still surprised that Garlemald has ether rights. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is on the locomotive over there.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
I knew he would recognize me.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
So you're basically collared anyway.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I see. I see, I see. What an interesting turn of events. However, I need a break for lunch, so we will stop here for now. Pick back up later on. So, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours.